On stream. Yep, I can hear myself on stream. Good to go there. Yep. IMP twist is off. Cone car sending him down here in this long straightaway. Slow initiation, getting out there to the wall a little later than expected. Looks like he's playing it safe, not getting too close. Gonna drop down the track here. Missed that inner clip there. Gonna come here to that first inner zone, pushing out in to that last outside zone. Making sure he's getting there nice and early. Getting nice and close to the wall there. Maxing out that angle right there before the finish. What a fantastic first run there for IMP Twist. See what run number 2 can do for IMP Twist. Works his way back up to the grid here. Cone car's gonna send him off. IMP Twist coming up. Standing by on grid. Looks like he is ready to go. We wait here for the technical difficulties. Oh, looks like we are good to go. Two is underway. Nice look initiation, getting out to outer zone number 1, nice and early. getting a little bit closer to the wall. Coming down the track here into the first inner clip, checking that off. Shooting across the track here into outer zone number 1 as he pushes out into the wall, maxing the angle, getting there nice and early there in outer zone number 2, getting close to the wall. IMP Twist laying down a fantastic second run here to the finish. Ladies and gentlemen, run number 2 is exactly what he wanted to put on the board. The wow factor, let me tell you what, the judges are definitely going to come back with high scores for this run, most definitely. First runs here of qualifying. Twist coming back here in the second run, laying down a fantastic line there. Nice and close to the walls, putting the car exactly where it needs to be, getting there nice and early. Smooth transitions, pushing the car out, getting the angle, keeping speed and momentum. Run in my opinion, but we will see what the judges think here for their scores. See where that puts IMP Twist on the board. Finishing off his runs with an 86.3. What a fantastic run there for IMP Twist. Like we got the chill up here for run number 2 of the night. Powering that awesome S650 Mustang. These cars are fantastic on these long, swoopy lines. A lot of speed, a lot of momentum, a lot of grip. We'll see how he can handle this car for his run in the qualifying. here for the technical difficulties. Shout out to our sponsors over at FDS, Fred IV with FDS. You guys go check him out there. Fred IV's got an awesome stream. He also has a series underway. If you guys want to go check them out, hop on their server and get a chance to compete. Drivers can earn a license, compete in FDS by competing in PSO and achieving 2 podiums during the season or being top 8 in points. So let's see if you guys have what it takes and drive with the pros here on the CarX community and come here in the top dog series of FDS or PSO. And they get Chill here for his first run. Nice smooth initiation, getting up to the outside wall there to outer one, and nice and early, dropping down the track here. Going to check off this inner clip. Looks like he's coming in exactly in the right direction that he wants to be in. Hitting that inner zone, getting to the wall, nice and early, coming off the wall a little bit there, playing it safe. Nice clean runs. Looks like we're going to have clean runs here for the first run just to get the looks like the drivers are going to get the cars dialed in, just kind of get some data, see where they need to put the car, get a little bit of confidence here for their second run. It looks like we are going to restart that run. Bunch of drivers coming out tonight, putting in their qual runs, see if they can make top 32 in the standings here for the event tomorrow. Got the top 3 drivers here in the series standings, less than 50 points from one another, so it is a close battle here within points in the standings. Looks like the Chill is going to get sent here. Nice aggressive initiation, getting out to the wall nice and early in outside zone number 1. Maxing out that angle, pushing the car down, utilizing that well throttle control. A little shallow there in that inner clip, could have been a little bit deeper. Gets nice and deep here in that inner zone. Getting out to outside zone to number 2, nice and early. Playing it safe here, playing off the wall a little bit. Finishing off that run nice and clean, keeping it safe. Not doing anything extra he doesn't need to, but the judges would like to get that wow factor, get those nice points on the board. Number 2 down to the grid, cone car sending him off. initiation, getting into outside zone number 1. Right in that wall, getting that angle here as he comes down the track. Checking off that inner clip, get nice and deep in there. A lot better than his first run. Checking off that inside zone. Pushing out to the track there into outer 2. Maxing out that angle, getting nice and close to the wall here towards the finish. What a great 2 runs here from the Chill. Top driver in the standings, LDC Coin on top here in points. Let's see how he does tonight in his qualifying run. Just below him in the standings in second place, just following in a close 9 points behind, is going to be Johan. In third place, we got Flo with Team Royal, 33 points behind second. And in that fourth place, 83 points behind the third, is Salad with Team Royal as well. It's a close battle here in the standings for PSO this season. Last round, it's going to be a battle. Guys are going to go head-to-head, trying to get that number 1 spot in the points for the season and come out on top. The Chill sending back out on the track here. It nice and close to the wall, nice and early. You're an outside 1. A little bit of contact. Doesn't do much. Get wavering a little bit, getting the car back into drift. Checking off that inner clip here as it comes into the inside zone number 1. Getting all the angle, pushing out to outer 1 here. Getting out there nice and early, rubbing the bumper on the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what the judges want to see. Holy cow. Putting down a heat of a run here. The Chill coming down. That's exactly what the judges want to see right there. Having that commitment, no fear, putting the car exactly where it needs to be, getting close to that wall, and just sending it. In the point standings for PSO's drift competition, in 5th place, we have Gray. The only way for him to get in the top 3 is if Flo and Salad don't make it through to the top 32. We will see what happens. Anything can happen here on the Drift Series. I'm having some technical difficulties here with the stream. Hey, nothing's perfect, man. We got M and one Inju sending it off here in that beautiful Supra. Run at number one and getting there nice and early in outside zone number one, scraping the wall, putting all of the angle there in that zone, coming down the track here. Looks like he is going to check off that inner clip. Not as deep as he wanted to be in that zone, checking off that inner. Coming out here, pushing out to outside zone number two, not getting there as early as he wanted to, filling out that zone here towards the end. Going to come across the line for a clean finish. Run number one for Enju. Friday evening going. How we doing in the chat? Can we get a W in the chat for this awesome PSO stream here? Hey, nothing's perfect. We're going to have technical difficulties. We're doing our best, but thank you guys again for coming out. Mid one, Enju, run number two. Cone car sending him on his way here. Nice flick initiation, rolling it outside zone number one. Not as deep here as run at number one. Getting out there close to the wall there towards the end of the zone, checking off that inner clip. Coming over here into inner zone number one. Not as deep as he wanted to. Getting there nice and early to outer zone number two. Getting nice and close to the wall here towards the finish. Finishing off nice and strong here for M1 Enju. Playing it safe here. Great 2 runs here. Very consistent runs. A lot of similarities. That's the best quality of a good driver here on virtual sim drifting, is having that consistency down in the pocket and just being able to run very clean, consistent lines. Like Enju is going to take that 80-point run there on his first run. Not as good as he wanted to do in the second run, but he will take that higher score of 80 flat. Mitch Moore with low style. Powering that sick looking BMW, getting out to the wall. Nice initiation. Little bit of wavering there, trying to find that consistent angle that he needs to have to stay up in that zone. Coming down the track here. A little bouncy there on the suspension as he checks off that inner clip, completely missing that inner zone. Getting out to the wall, nice and early in outside zone number 2. Let's see if Mitch can clean it up here, get that data back from the first run, and see where he needs to put the car. Wait the judges to put in their scores here. Shout out to our sponsors, Blackout Esports. Esports is a drifting team across multiple games, as you see here on stream. Bringing you guys here the PSO Drifting Series. Number 2 for Mitch. Cone car sending him off. Let's see how he does for his second run. A little bit of a hesitant initiation there, trying to get the car into drift here to the outside zone number 1. Tapping the wall there, pushing the car down early off the wall. Looks like he's getting a little too deep in that inner clip. Coming, knocking off that inner zone, pushing out to outside zone number 2. Getting nice and close to the wall. It's exactly what the judges want to see. Coming to the finish. Hopefully Mitch can send his car back to the garage here before the event tomorrow and figure out what is wrong with that car. Looks like that car is just having some issues staying in drift there on the high bank of outer 1. Is gonna run with a 60.7, putting him in 4th position. Definitely not the runs that he wanted here for qualifying in the last run of the season.
Yo, what's up guys? It's Titanic representing Team Berserk.
This is OG here, prospect over at Misfortune.
Hey guys, Shane from Team Berserk here, coming at you in the off-color turboed LFA for this season of FDS.
What's up, guys? My name's Brandon, aka Misfit.
Hey guys, Zero Chill here, representing Team Misfortune.
What is drifting? It's a lot of us. Drifting is more than just a competition and being the best. For a lot of us, it's a lifestyle. See, this is what keeps us in sync, keeps us in harmony. As a community continues to grow, and it grows off of the skills of these drivers who continue to push the limits to become better. We are one. Drifting is getting doors, it's getting tandems, it's being with friends, and continuing to build these bonds with other drivers and other faces. For us, it's a common area for us to become one. We are drifting, and this is our community.
Got Mike in the house. What's up? And his tricked out whip. What does this do?
It sucks in air.
It's definitely sucking.
Yo, Mike, you want us to unpimp this thing? Let me hear you say, what?
What?
V-Dub, holding it down on the engineering tip, y'all. Yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
V-Dub here in full effect with Trey and his ride.
It looks like it could fly.
What time is it?
I don't know.
Time to unpimp the auto. Oh, snap. German engineering in the house, yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
Listen up, V-Dub in the house. Jason, this is your 98, whatchamacallit.
You got an F.
You know what we're gonna do now?
No.
Unpimp your auto. V just dropped it like it's hot. V-Dub, representing Deutschland.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
City in city. 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 Honda, 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 Honda. City. Honda, 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 Honda. It will catch your eye in the city.
シティはニュースにあふれてる。ホンダからシティ誕生。
If I had a Nissan 240SX, it'd be a red coupe. Wait, a silver fastback. And I'd go for a spin up Route 7. The twisty part. Just me and Astro. No, Amy. Heck, Christy Brinkley. Wow! Yeah, me and Christy in my silver, no, red 240SX. Driving into the sunset.
There's an old saying in racing. Start with the best street cars, and you end up with the best race cars. No wonder more people road race Mazdas than any other car. Mazda. Race-driven engineering the Zoom Zoom way.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. There you are, looking just the same as you did last time I touched you. Here I am, tangled up inside the thought of you. Do you love me? Will that love be strong? Start to stir. Looks like we made it. Left each other on the way to another love.
Toyota is turning the truck world upside down with a new generation Toyota 4x4. An all-new truck designed to give you more room and more comfort, yet tough enough and rugged enough to take on anything it can put its four wheels on. The 1984 Toyota 4x4s, now an even tougher act to follow. What a feeling, Toyota.
Yo, what's up guys? It's Titanic representing Team Berserk.
This is OG here, prospect over at Misfortune.
Hey guys, Shane from Team Berserk here, coming at you in the off-colored turboed LFA for the season of FDS.
What's up, guys? My name's Brandon, aka Misfit.
Hey guys.
Back to the stream. End of Group A and to Group B. Got first up here, C. Compton. Number one, powering out of here down the straightaway. Nice quick initiation, rolling into outside zone number one, having some troubles there, keeping the car in the drift. Pushing up there towards the end of the zone, trying to fill out the most of it. Coming down the track a little early, using that e-brake to keep him from going too deep in that inner clip. Looks like he is going to check off that inner zone. Getting out into outside zone number two, nice and early. Not as close to the wall as he wants to be. Definitely got some figuring out to do in that car here for run number two. For run at number two. Late in the throttle here as you come down the straightaway. Ooh, wavering there on the initiation. Cannot seem to get that car in the drift there on the high bank of outer one. Again, cutting into that inner clip way too early. Completely go, oh my, making contact with the wall there. Definitely not on the right line that he wants to have here for his qualifying run. just seems like he cannot keep that car in the drift. Car is really gripped up. That is gonna be a double zero. DQ there on the second run. First run, definitely not the best that he wanted. Put him in 14th place here in qualifying. Got low style, big Ezzy here, powering that little Mazda that could. Ooh, making contact here with the cone car. Gotta reset. Off here. Run number one for Big Izzy. Nice initiation. Rolling outside zone number one. Tapping that. Whoa, no! Getting too close to the wall. Completely straightening out there in outside zone number one. Looks like he is going to go ahead and finish the run off. Get the rest of the data he needs for the rest, or the second half of the line, excuse me. Coming out of here in outside zone number one, or two, excuse me. Playing it safe. Coming to the finish. Definitely not what Big Ezzy wanted to do up there on the bank of outside one. Just got a little close to the wall. Oh, will reach out and touch you, man. CarX walls, they are not to play with. For Big Izzy and see what he can do. Fix his mistake here. Nice quick initiation. Roll up and outside zone number one. Getting there nice and early. Filling out that zone. Playing it safe. Staying away from that wall. Coming down off the track. Knocking off that inner clip. Transitioning over here into that inside zone. Getting there a little late. A little bit of wavering there. Looks like he almost threw a little bit too much angle. What he needed there for the second section of the track. Filling out outside zone number two. Filling it out exactly where he needed to be. Putting down a good second run. A lot better than the first. Let's see what the judges think. 1 for Alicia. Getting out to outside zone number 1. Nice and early. Oh, looks like we're resetting. Setting them off for run number 1. Power on that S15. Getting out to outside zone 1. Filling out that zone. Getting nice and deep there towards the end. Dropping down off the track. Out the bank. Checking off that inner clip. Putting the car exactly where it needs to. Nice trajectory there. Checking off that inner zone. Getting to outside zone number 2. Nice and early. Pulling away from the wall a little bit. Getting back there to it. There towards the finish. Nice, clean first run there. Let's see what he can do. Smooth initiation, a little late there in getting the car into drift. Looks like he's going to pull some more angle there towards the end of outside zone number 1. Coming off the bank here. Again, flawless checking off that inner clip. Coming there to that inner zone. Pushing out here to outside zone number 2. Filling out that zone there towards the middle and the end. Coming off, finishing nice and strong. Nice consistent runs there from Alicia. Sorry if I'm butchering that on stream. Three S15s here in Group B. Definitely a very good car to use. Can't go wrong with the S chassis. Very clean and consistent drift car. Very consistent leads. Great chase car. I enjoy using that car when I do my competitions. Isn't gonna get a score for run number 1. Gonna take 69.3 for run number 2, putting him in 4th place in qualifying. We'll abbreviate his name, Durr. We'll say Bot. We'll say Bot. Bot coming out here, powering that S15. Run number 1. See what he can do. Nice initiation. Get out to outside zone number 1. Nice and early. Pouring that angle already. Getting all that angle coming down the bank here. Checking off that inner clip. Transitioning across the track. Checking off that inner zone. Pouring the angle. More angle as he pushes into the outer zone number 2. Playing it safe, not getting as close to the wall. What a great run there from Bot, man. Holy cow. Definitely's got that car set up. So another one of our sponsors, Clutch the Cure, drift the community based around supporting men's mental health. Hey, if you ever need anybody, don't be afraid to reach out on Discord, whatever. You need my number, hit me up, man. Get the chit chatting. Run number 2 for BLT. See what he can do here. Again, nice aggressive flick initiation. Rolling outside zone number 1, getting there nice and early. Pouring that angle all the way up to the wall as he adds some more, dropping down off the track. Checking off that inner clip. Getting that inner zone, getting all the way out into outside zone number 2. Getting there nice and early, nice and close to the wall. Maxing that angle, putting the car exactly where it needs to be. Not backing down, showing no remorse for the rear end of that car. He's like, you know what? Whatever, dude. If I take off the rear bumper, I take off the rear bumper. Heck yeah. That was a nice run there. Definitely put some good points on the board for run number 2 for BOT. Like he had a good committed approach there in the outside zone number 2. Backs off the throttle just a little bit, pulling his car away from the wall, playing it safe. Looks like he is going to take 3rd position tonight with a 78.3. That was a very close, consistent run between his first and second. Irish cars powering another S15 representing Team Dorisha. Bit of a wavering initiation there in outside zone number 1. Tapping the wall, pushing him off the wall there, having some troubles getting out of that inner clip. Almost completely straightening out there. Checking off that inner zone, having a lot of issues keeping that car in the drift, pulling all the way off of outer zone number 2 there towards the finish, missing practically the entire zone on that wall. That is definitely not the run he wants. Maybe the jitters got the best of him here in his first qualifying run. Let's see if he can collect some data find a sweet spot and get the car exactly what it needs to do here in run number 2. Sending it down the grid, standing by for that cone car. Setting them off here. Initiation, Bud better than the first run, getting out there up into outside zone number 1, filling out that zone, getting off the outer zone way too early, checking off that inner clip somehow. I don't know how you managed to do that, wavering, straightening out practically here in that inner zone before outside zone number 2, pushes out to outside zone number 2. That car just pulling off of the wall. That is not the runs that he wanted for tonight. Definitely having some issues with the car. Going to be able to put any points on the board for his qualifying runs this evening, putting him in 20th position. That is very unfortunate there for Ayers Cars with Team Dorisha. Looks like he was having some issues there, getting the camera exactly where he needed to have a good run, but it's all right. We'll see what happens the rest of the night. See if he can compete tomorrow. That is going to be the end of Group B. We'll be right back here, going on a short commercial break. Get Group C in here, and we'll be right back.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's Titanic representing Team Berserk.
This is OG here, prospect over at Misfortune.
Hey guys, Shane from Team Berserk here, coming at you in the off-color turboed LFA for the season of FDS.
What's up, guys? My name is Brandon, aka Misfit.
Hey guys, Zero Chill here, representing Team Misfortune.
What is drifting? It's a lot of us. Drifting is more than just a competition and being the best. For a lot of us, it's a lifestyle. See, this is what keeps us in sync, keeps us in harmony. As a community continues to grow, and it grows off of the skills of these drivers who continue to push the limits to become better. We are one. Drifting is getting doors, it's getting tandems, it's being with friends, and continuing to build these bonds with other drivers and other faces. For us, it's a common area for us to become one. We are drifting, and this is our community.
Got Mike in the house. What's up? And his tricked out whip. What does this do?
It sucks in air.
It's definitely sucking.
Yo, Mike, you want us to unpimp this thing? Let me hear you say, what?
What?
V-Dub holding it down on the engineering tip, y'all. Yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
V-Dub here in full effect with Trey and his ride.
It looks like it could fly.
What time is it?
I don't know.
Time to unpimp the auto. Oh, snap. German engineering in the house, yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
Listen up, V-Dub in the house. Jason, this is your 98 whatchamacallit.
You got an F.
You know what we're gonna do now?
No.
Unpimp your auto. V just dropped it like it's hot. V-Dub representing Deutschland.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
City in city. 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 Honda, 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 Honda. City. Honda, 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 Honda. It will catch your eye in the city.
シティはニュースにあふれてる。ホンダからシティ参上。
If I had a Nissan 240SX, it'd be a red coupe. Wait, a silver fastback. And I'd go for a spin up Route 7. The twisty part. Just me and Astro. No, Amy. Heck, Christy Brinkley. Wow! Yeah, me and Christy in my silver, no, red 240SX. Driving into the sunset.
There's an old saying in racing. Start with the best street cars, and you end up with the best race cars. No wonder more people road race Mazdas than any other car. Mazda. Race-driven engineering the Zoom Zoom way.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. There you are, looking just the same as you did last time I touched you. Here I am, tangled up inside the thought of you. Do you love me? Will that love be strong? Start to stir. Looks like we made it. Loved each other all the way to another love.
Toyota is turning the truck world upside down. With a new generation Toyota 4x4. An all-new truck designed to give you more room and more comfort. Yet tough enough and rugged enough to take on anything it can put its four wheels on. The 1984 Toyota 4x4s. Now an even tougher act to follow.
What a feeling, Toyota.
Yo, what's up guys? It's Titanic representing Team Berserk.
This is OG here, prospect over at Misfortune.
Hey guys, Shane from Team Berserk here, coming at you in the off-colored turboed LFA for this season of FDS.
What's up, guys? My name's Brandon, aka Misfit.
Hey guys, Zero Chill here, representing Team Misfortune.
What is drifting? It's a lot of us. Drifting is more than just a competition and being the best. For a lot of us, it's a lifestyle. See, this is what keeps us in sync, keeps us in harmony. As a community continues to grow, and it grows off of the skills of these drivers who continue to push the limits to become better. We are one. Drifting is getting doors, it's getting tandems, it's being with friends, and continuing to build these bonds with other drivers and other faces. For us, it's a common area for us to become one. We are drifting, and this is our community.
Yo, V-Dub got Mike in the house. What's up? And his tricked out whip. What does this do?
It sucks in air.
It's definitely sucking.
Yo, Mike, you want us to unpimp this thing? Let me hear you say what?
What?
V-Dub holding it down on the engineering tip, y'all. Yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
V-Dub here in full effect with Trey and his ride.
It looks like it could fly.
What time is it?
I don't know.
Time to unpimp the auto. Oh, snap! German engineering in the house, yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
Listen up, V-Dub in the house. Jason, this is your 98, whatchamacallit.
You got an F.
You know what we're gonna do now?
No.
Unpimp your auto. V just dropped it like it's hot. V-Dub representing Deutschland.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
City in city. 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 Honda, 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 Honda. City. Honda, 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 Honda. It will catch your eye in the city.
We are back here with Group C. We got Salad up on the line. Ready for his first run here. Gonna put down a good qualifying run. Hopefully. Facebook initiation. Rolling outside zone number one. Getting there nice and early. Scraping that wall with his bumper. Pouring that angle. Shooting down off the track here. getting that inner clip here, transitioning across the track, gonna check off that inner zone, pushing out to outside zone number 2, get there nice and early, painting the wall with the bumper. Look how close he's getting. Holy crap there. That was a fantastic run there from Salad. He is in 4th place in the standings. 83 points behind 3rd. Representing Team Royal. Sick looking car. See how run number 2 does for him. That was a fantastic first run there. A lot of commitment. Putting the car exactly where it needed to be. Pouring that angle. A lot of style. Two for Salad. Let's see what he does. A less aggressive initiation. Nice and smooth. Running up the bank here. Getting out in outer zone 1. Painting the wall. Coming down off the track. Checking off that inner clip. Transitioning across the track. Putting the car exactly where it needs to be here in outer 1. Close to the wall. Holy crap. Almost completely taking off the bumper and almost causing a huge wreck. But luckily he saved it and pushed the car back up into the zone and finished off the run. That was close. Staff, our 3rd place points standing. Low from Team Royal is unfortunately gonna take a disqualification for breaking on one of the rules here in PSO. They're very strict with the banner. Cars have to be in uniform running that PSO banner in order to compete. And unfortunately broke that rule and took that DQ. Salad gonna place second in qualifying with that 85.3 run. 85.7, excuse me. Run number 2 coming with an 85.7, putting him in second for tonight's qualifying. The grid looks like we got ZL Tex. Stick initiation, getting to outer zone number 1, nice and early, putting the car up on the wall, on the bank, setting the car exactly where it needed to be here, coming down the track, checking off that inner clip, transitioning, setting that angle, getting him set up here into that inner zone, outside into outside zone number 2, getting there nice and early, getting nice and close to that wall, staying nice and consistent there, keeping the car in place. Nice consistent run there from Tex. Number 2 from ZL Tex. Judges are putting in their scores. Getting ready to stand by, sending it down the grid for that cone car to set them off. Like judges have put their scores in, code car sending them off. Contact with that cone car on the start. Unfortunately, definitely is tough to catch grip there on the bank here at the cone car. He's gonna figure it out here. Coming down the straightaway. Initiating in an outside zone number 1. Getting there nice and early again. Putting the car up on the bank. Pushing that angle. Getting the car set here so he can touch off that inner clip, which he does. Coming across the track. Getting that inner zone. Pushing out into outside zone number 2. Getting there nice and early. Getting the bumper on the wall. Are you joking? Look at the angle here from ZL Tex. Run number 2. That's exactly what the judges want to see. Holy cow, man. That was a wow factor for sure. That's definitely, I will be surprised if that does not put a high score on the board and put him in number 1 position for qualifying tonight. scores to pop up here on the screen for ZL Tech. Shout out to another one of our sponsors, Senseless Co. Looks like that is going to put him in first position with an 87 flat. That was a fantastic run there from ZLX Techs, putting the car exactly where it needed to be on the track in the zones, maxing out the angle, putting the style down. Definitely a good wow factor there from Tex. That's exactly the run that he wanted tonight for qualifying, making him sit pretty there for the standings in tomorrow's top 32 battle. We got Cry up on the grid here for run number 1. Cone car sending him off, powering that S15. A lot of S15s tonight here in qualifying. Nice smooth initiation. Having troubles getting the car up on the wall there in outside zone number 1. Looks like we're having some technical difficulties there. A little bit of desync. It looks like he is going to go ahead and finish his run, checking off that inner zone, pushing out to outside zone number 2. Second half of the course is looking decent for him, keeping the car in place. Definitely going to have to send that back to the garage, get that data, so he can have that angle and speed and momentum to keep the car in drift there up in the bank of outside zone number 1. See what run number 2 does here for Cry. Having some desync issues at the end of outside zone number 1 there on screen, completely missing that inner clip. We're having some issues here at the grid, lining them back up. Sending him off here. See what he can do. See if he can get that car to stick up back up on the wall. Again, having some technical difficulties here in the Car X servers. Having some desync issues there in outside zone number 1, pushing down the track, checking off that inner clip better than he did the first run. Hitting that inner zone, pushing out to outside zone number 2. Getting there a little late. See if he can push back up in towards the wall, which he does not. Definitely not as deep as he wanted to be in outside zone number 2. It's like the staff has come back with the information that the desync did cause issues. Going to have a rerun there for Cry. way back up to the grid. Get his reruns back in. Hopefully the CarX servers can hold up. Setting him off here. Nice quick initiation, getting outside zone number 1. Nice and early. Pouring that angle up there towards the end of the zone. Again, having some desync issues. Coming down off the track a little early, a little too deep in that inner clip. Checking off that inner zone, getting his car in the right position for outside zone number 2. Looks like he did start that zone exactly the way you wanted to, but again, pushing off of the wall. Looks like that car just has a little bit too much front bite. Can't keep the car up on the bank and on the wall of outside zone number 2. Let's see what happens. Aggressive flick initiation, rolling outside zone number 1, trying to push the car up there, get that angle, which he does, fill off that zone there towards the end. Checking off that inner clip, just scraping that inner clip with the nose again with that inner zone, pushing out here in outside zone number 2. Does a lot better here in outside zone number 2, keeps the car in a more consistent drift and line there in the outside of outside zone number 2. A lot better run there from Cry. Getting all that data here. Luckily, with all those hiccups, the desync, he was able to fix his mistakes. Fantastic job here in his second run. Just looks like he's figuring out that car just a little bit here in the qualifying. Trying to find the placement of which he needs to have the car in each zone. Looks like he is going to take that second run score of 65.7, putting him in 8th position. Not bad there from Cry. Good work and determination on his part. Trying to fix the car's mistakes and his own. Getting that consistent line. Up on the grid, looks like we got Tyler Leach. Also competing over in Fred IV's Drift Series. Doing a fantastic job over there in the points standings and throughout the season. Fantastic, very consistent and clean driver. Very aggressive driver as well. Puts down heater of lead lines and can chase. Oh, looks like he is going to make contact with that cone car off of the start. This bank is definitely giving car some issues here. Back down to grid, run number 1, Tyler Leach standing by for that cone car. 3 flashes and a go. He's on his way. Nice flick initiation, rolling it outside zone number 1, getting there nice and early, keeping the car up on the bank, pouring more angle as he pours through outside zone number 1, coming down the track, checking off that inner clip, transitioning here, setting the car up here into that inner zone, getting the car exactly where it needs to be, entering into outside zone number 2, getting nice and close to the wall. Look at this. practically scraping the bumper on the wall. Holy cow, this is exactly the Tyler Leach that we see driving. Skill driver indeed, Tyler Leach coming out. Looks like he can hop in any car and put down heater lines any car that he hops into. Let's see what run number 2 has for him. Tyler Leach's run number 2, standing by for that cool car. We're setting him off here. Again, a nice smooth initiation, running outside zone number 1. Not as a consistent line as he wanted to be on that zone, staying up there, checking off that inner clip. Coming here in the inner zone, pushing out into outside zone number 2. Looks like he is going to get out there nice and early. Again, staying up on the wall, not as close as he was in the first run. That first run is definitely going to be the moneymaker for him. Let's see what the judges think. Leach again doing a fantastic job, just having consistent runs here. Looks like he is going to take first position with an 88.3 in his first run. Tyler Leach doing a fantastic job here in qualifying here for this series, putting down a heck of a qualifying run in PSO. Down the grid, looks like we got Salad powering that strong V8 powered BMW. Standing by for that cone car for run number 1. Up there, getting around the cone car, making sure he doesn't make contact. Nice flick initiation, rolling out in outside zone number 1, trying to push the car back up into the bank, which he does do so. Working his way down here in the track, hitting that inner clip, painting that zone there, coming to the inner zone, getting that car settled here into outside zone number 2, trying to work his way deeper in the zone, which he is going to utilize. Oh no, making contact and completely straightening out there towards the end of outside zone number 2. That is not what Salad wanted to do there for run number 1. That is definitely unfortunate. That run was looking fantastic. down the grid. Salad's run number 2, standing by for that cone car. Looking like that first run might be a DQ, completely straightening there towards the end. Let's see what he can do for run number 2 and save himself. Trying to get those points on the board, get him good here for the qualifying. Nice quick initiation, rolling outside zone number 1, painting that wall. A little bit of contact with it, trying to get the car staying in the drift, which he does. Checking off that inner clip, transitioning across the track here into inner zone 1. Really shallow in the inner zone 1. Getting out into outside zone number 2 nice and early, but it pushes his car off of the zone. Not bad, definitely not the run Salad wanted to have here for his qualifying runs. Let's see where that places him. So staff did say in the drivers meeting, drivers do not have to get really close to the walls. Due to that reason right there, those walls do jump out and push your car and make it straight during a run. So you can play it safe. You will, not get docked too many points, but as long as you're consistent up close towards the wall, not scraping the wall, you will be having an okay run. Definitely a difference between being consistent and having an aggressive run. Being too over aggressive definitely will make you screw up, and that first run there from Salad is a prime example of that. Salad completely and not putting any points on the board, putting him in 29th position here for qualifying. Definitely unfortunate for Salad, not the qualifying runs that he wanted for this evening. Sending it down the grid, we got LDT Mosh Pit for run number 1 in the wagon. Nice smooth initiation, rolling the outside zone number 1, maxing out the angle, getting nice and close to the wall, putting this wagon to work, checking off that inner clip, transitioning. Let's see how he sets his car up here into that inside zone, which he is going to. Getting out to outside zone number 2, nice and early, getting nice and close to the wall there, playing it safe there for his first run. LDT Mosh Pit laying down a fantastic, clean first qualifying run. Shout out to the LDT team. They have a lot of good drivers. I've competed with a lot of them and have watched a lot of them grow and just produce better and better drivers every freaking month. So shout out again to LDT and their amazing team. Sending it down the grid for LDT Mosh Pit's run number 2. And that wicked fast wagon. Definitely the first car I've ever seen someone use a wagon in a competition. Looks like it is working out for him here. See what run number 2 does for him. 2 for LDT. Mosh Pit sending them off here. Nice quick initiation in outside zone number 1. Initiating right on the wall. Tapping the back bumper there. A little bit of wavering. Coming off the bank there. A little late. Completely missing that inner clip. Checking off that inner zone. Coming out here in outside zone number 2. Not as deep as he wanted to be. Finishing off the run nice and strong. Like Mosh Pit is gonna put a score of 78 flat, putting him in 7th position for qualifying. Not bad there from LDT Mosh Pit. KMD first run. Cone car sending him off. Slick initiation, rolling outside zone number 1, tapping the wall a little bit, pushing him off, trying to get deep into that zone as he comes off into the track, setting himself up for that inner clip, checking that off, transitioning here into the inner zone, trying to find that sweet spot, get that car in the right angle so he comes into outside zone number 2, which he does do so, not as deep as he wanted to be, coming on, pulling off of the wall there towards the end of the zone. Run 1 a little shaky there for a KMD. Let's see what run number 2 has in store for him. See if he can collect that data, put the car exactly where it needs to be. Stay away from that wall a little bit. Play it safe. Down to the grid, KMD, run number 2, standing by for that cone car. Having some issues there in that inner zone before outside zone number 2 and outside zone number 1. Great initiation, having some issues tapping the wall there with the back bumper, pushing him off of the wall, not as deep as he wanted to stay into that zone. Let's see what he can do here. Run number 2 here. Nice quick initiation, playing it safe there, staying off the wall, getting up into that zone, playing it nice and safe as he works his way down off the bank, checking off that inner clip. Not as much as angle as he wanted to be, pouring all the angle here in that inner zone, pushing out to outside zone number 2. Looks like it was a little too much angle, getting a little late there to outside zone number 2. Filling out the rest of it there towards the end, coming to the finish. A little bit better of a run there from KMD. run there from KMD. Like you're just having some troubles there, getting the car at the right angles to enter each zone. Looks like he is going to place 10th position with that second run of 68.7. Not bad there from KMD. Not the runs that he definitely wanted. He was looking for that number 1 spot, but he is making it here in the top 10. Sending it down the grid, we got J-Dog in that S15 with that wicked body kit. Colin Carr sending him off here for run number 1. Nice smooth initiation, rolling outside zone number 1, staying nice and close to the wall, tapping the wall a little bit, pouring all that angle, shooting himself down into the inner clip, shallowing up the angle, trying to set himself up in that transition. Really shallow there in inner zone number 1, pushing out to outside zone number 2. Not as deep as he wanted to. Looks like he's just playing it safe there. The rear spoiler on the back of that car definitely sticks out a little too far. So playing it safe there in that outside zone number 2 so he doesn't make contact with that wall and screw himself up. But otherwise, good consistent line from J-Dog. We're putting in their scores for run number 1. Outer zone 1 looking pretty decent for J-Dog. Looks like he just poured a little bit too much angle coming there off the bank into that inner clip, sending him up in a little off of line there for that inner zone number 1 before outer 2. But he does make it work in the end there for outside zone number 2 to finish off the run nice and strong. But that definitely is going to hurt him when the judges do make their decision on the points there for the run. Missing his zone is definitely going to hurt you. Sending it back down the grid for run number 2. J-Dog back up on the straightaway, powering down here. Let's see what happens. Nice smooth initiation, running outside zone number 1, getting nice and close to the wall again, tapping the bumper on the back wall a little bit. A lot better of approach here in the inner clip. Number 1 shooting across the track, transitioning into inner 1, doing a lot better in that zone, setting himself up in outside zone number 2, getting a lot closer to the wall, even closer, trying to finish it off the run nice and strong there, playing it safe, getting inches and inches closer to that wall there towards the end. J-Dog putting down a fantastic second run there, definitely going to be better than his first run. See what the judges think. Just like a little bit of a shallow approach there on that transition into the inner zone before outside zone number 2. Looks like he could have just been a little bit deeper. Judges are definitely going to have to put that in effect. Judges want to see drivers putting the car in the right position for each zone, because the drivers here in their qualifying runs have to think in the event for tomorrow someone is going to be chasing them. So they cannot cut off that chase car. They have to put down a good, consistent lead line for that chase to be chased, or that lead line, excuse me, to be chaseable. Is going to get a 75-point run flat for run number 2. putting him in 9th position. Great runs here from Group B. J-Dog putting himself in 9th position for the last driver of that group. We'll be right back here on commercial break and get Group C in.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's Titanic representing Team Berserk.
This is OG here, prospect over at Misfortune.
Hey guys, Shane from Team Berserk here, coming at you in the off-colored turboed LFA for the season of FBS.
What's up, guys? My name is Brandon, aka Misfit.
Hey guys, Zero Chill here, representing Team Misfortune.
What is drifting? It's a lot of us. Drifting is more than just a competition and being the best. For a lot of us, it's a lifestyle. See, this is what keeps us in sync, keeps us in harmony. As a community, it continues to grow, and it grows off of the skills of these drivers who continue to push the limits to become better. We are one. Drifting is getting doors, it's getting tandems, it's being with friends, and continuing to build these bonds with other drivers and other faces. For us, it's a common area for us to become one. We are drifting, and this is our community.
Got Mike in the house. What's up? And his tricked out whip. What does this do?
It sucks in air.
It's definitely sucking.
Yo, Mike, you want us to unpimp this thing? Let me hear you say what?
What?
V-Dub, holding it down on the engineering tip, y'all. Yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
V-Dub here in full effect with Trey and his ride.
It looks like it could fly.
What time is it?
I don't know.
Time to unpimp the auto. Oh, snap. German engineering in the house, yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
Listen up, V-Dub in the house. Jason, this is your 98, whatchamacallit.
You got an F.
You know what we're gonna do now?
No.
Unpimp your auto. V just dropped it like it's hot. V-Dub, representing Deutschland.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
City in city. 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 Honda, 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 Honda. City. Honda, 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 Honda. It will catch your eye in the city.
シティはニュースにあふれてる。ホンダからシティ参上。
If I had a Nissan 240SX, it'd be a red coupe. Wait, a silver fastback. And I'd go for a spin up Route 7. The twisty part. Just me and Astro. No, Amy. Heck, Christy Brinkley.
Wow!
Yeah, me and Christy in my silver, no, red 240SX. Driving into the sunset.
There's an old saying in racing. Start with the best street cars, and you end up with the best race cars. No wonder more people road race Mazdas than any other car. Mazda. Race-driven engineering the Zoom Zoom way.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. There you are, looking just the same as you did last time I touched you. Here I am, tangled up inside the thought of you. Do you love me? Will that love be strong? Start to stir. Looks like we made it. Left each other on the way to another love.
Toyota is turning the truck world upside down. With a new generation Toyota 4x4. An all-new truck.
Are back here with Group D qualifiers. Looks like we got Kaitsuhara on the grid. Run number 1, cone car sending him off. Hesitant initiation, rolling outside zone number 1, pushing the car there up on the bank, coming down off the track here. Little shallow there on that inner clip, could be a little deeper there. Let's see what he does here in the inner zone, setting himself up in that inner zone, pushing out the car, utilizing that left foot brake, trying to get the car up in to outside zone number 2. That definitely is going to hurt. Oh, contact in the wall there towards the end, straightening out a little bit. Do have tools given to them utilizing that e-brake and left foot brake, but a little too much left foot brake can definitely cause some issues with someone following in close proximity in that chase position. That definitely isn't what the judges want to see. Judges want to see a lot of commitment and a lot of speed, setting the car up exactly where it needs to be, quick and swiftly, so you can keep that speed and momentum up, because you're going to have someone on your door again in close proximity. Run number 2 for Kaitsuhara. See what he does. Can clean this up for run number 2. Nice smooth initiation. Rolling up into outside zone number 1. Pushing the car up further up into the bank. Filling out outside zone 1 completely there. Pushing down off the track. Getting a little bit deeper there in the inner clip. Checking that off. Setting his car up here for that inner zone. Getting out to outside zone number 2. Looks like he is going to get out there and just tap the wall. Setting the car up there, up on the wall for outside zone number 2. Doing a lot better there, keeping the speed and momentum off that transition and that after that inner zone. house here tonight on the stream. A lot of people have their cars set up exactly where they need it to be here for tomorrow's event, putting down fantastic qualifying runs. Others having a little bit of troubles keeping a consistent line, collecting that data, getting the car to do what they want. A lot of these guys are having issues, and that car is just taking advantage of them here on the run. Either too gripped up or a little too loose here. Looks like Katsuhara is going to have a 48.3 for run number 2. Having that DQ in the run number 1, completely straightening out there at the end of outside zone number 2, putting himself in 15th position. Back down to grid for King, representing team Blackout Esports in that beautiful S650 run number 1. Like we're having some technical difficulties here. Good old car XG sync. Don't mind none of that. King initiating, get up and outside, or outside zone number 1, pouring the angle, definitely having some desync issues. Checking off that inner zone, pushing out to outside zone number 2. Tapping that wall there towards the end, completely straightening out. Not sure what's going on there on King's end with the connection issue. Up on the grid for run number 2, King coming down here in the straightaway. Nice smooth initiation, running outside zone number 1, tapping the wall a little bit, maxing that angle there towards the end of the zone, trying to set his car up there, completely straightening out for that inner clip, trying to keep his car in drift here. Looks like he is going to drop a tire there in that inner zone. Pushing out here to outside zone number 2. Finishing off the run as strong as he could. Definitely having some tactical difficulties there for King. Like King just having some issues exiting off of outside zone number 1, coming down the bank. Looks like the suspension just isn't reacting the way he wants it to, coming off of that strong slope into the flat surface there before that inner clip, setting his car up off of the approach that he wants. Dropping the tire there in that inner clip, trying to get the car settled back in here before that inner zone. him a rerun. Nice smooth initiation coming up here into the bank at outside zone number 1. Scraping the wall with the bumper. Pouring that angle there. Coming down the track. Getting nice and tight into that inner clip. Staying away from that apex. Checking off that inner zone. Pushing out here into outside zone number 2. Getting nice and close to the wall. Putting the bumper nice and close. It's exactly what the judges want to see. A lot of commitment there in that zone. Score for run number 1 and for run number 2, 71.3, putting him in 10th position here for qualifying tonight. Definitely not the runs that King wanted. Unfortunately, having some technical difficulties there with his connection. And down to grid for the next driver here in Group D. Looks like we got Durr from Team Hellbound standing by for that cone car for run number 1. Off. Coming down the straightaway. Let's see how this initiation goes. Goes for Derv. Nice smooth initiation. Get up into the wall. Pouring that angle there towards the end of outside zone number 1. Staying nice and close. Nice consistent angle there. Checking off that inner clip. Transitioning, setting his car up here for that inner zone. Pouring that angle as he works his way into outside zone number 2. Trying to work his way closer to that wall, filling out that zone completely, which he looks like he is going to accomplish. Finishing off that first run, that nice and smooth. Great first run there from Derv. Just leaving outside zone number 1 a little early there off the bank, pushing him into the inner clip. Other than that, second half of the run is fantastically done there from Derv. in their votes. Sending them back down to grid for run number 2. Standing by for that cone car. Cone car sending them off here for run number 2. Smooth initiation, rolling up in outside zone number 1, trying to pour that angle, keeping that consistent line there up on the bank, coming down the track. Checking off that inner clip, transitioning, setting up his car here for that inner zone. It's like that is going to pay in his favor here, getting him set up here in outside zone number 2. Staying nice and close to that wall. What a great second run there from Derv. Both runs very similar. Nice consistent runs here from Derv. Seems like he's just leaving the last part of the outside zone number 1 just a little early. Shooting down there off the bank for that inner clip. Judges are definitely going to have to put that in to consideration there. Looks like he's going to take 5th place with an 81 flat for his second run. Not bad there from Derv, representing Team Hellbound. Sending it back down the grid. Looks like we got Bo Prospect with Blackout Esports. Powering that S15, run number 1. Cone car sending him off here. Oh no. Bad initiation there from Cooper. Completely making contact with the wall, straightening out, shutting the car down. It is definitely not the first run that Cooper wanted here for qualifying. Definitely getting the best of him. Number 2 for Bo Cooper. See how his initiation plays out here for run number 2. A little bit of a hesitant initiation there, trying to get up into outside zone number 1, making contact with the wall, keeping the car in the drift. Checking off that inner clip, transitioning here, setting himself up a little shallow there in that inner zone. Pushing out wide, getting nice and early to outside zone number 2. Painting that wall there with his back bumper. A little bit of contact there, scraping it at the end. A lot better of a second run there for Cooper. Definitely having some issues there on the initiation. Entering into outside zone number 1. Have to send that car back to the garage. Collect that data from these last 2 runs here for tomorrow's event. See if he can fix that issue. Fantastic job here in outside zone number 2 to the finish. Definitely does a better job here in the second half of the run, or excuse me, in the course. Having some issues there up in the bank of outside zone number 1. Checking off that inner clip. Could be a little deeper there in the inner zone, but otherwise still setting himself up good for outside zone number 2. He is going to take a 76.7 in his second run. Unfortunately, making contact with the wall in outer zone at number 1, straightening out, DQing in his first run, putting him in 9th position for qualifying, putting him in the top 10. Grid, Ashton powering that cool looking S650 run at number 1, standing by for that cone car. Him off here on his way. Doing the initiation, making contact there with the wall in the initiation box. Trying to work his way back up into the wall. A little bit of desyncing issues there. Checking off that inner clip. Transitioning. Looks like we are going to have a reset. Officials are going to call a reset with that desync issue there in outside zone number 1. Doing donuts, putting a show on for the stream. Heck yeah. Disconnection coming after this, or a controller died maybe? I'm not really sure. Is going to end up disconnecting there. Not really sure what happened. Oh, y'all scoring this one. That's a great question, buddy. Send it down the grid for that one guy powering that BMW. Getting getting himself situated here in front of the cone car, standing by for run number 1. Sending him off. TOG powering himself out here. Get nice and early to outside zone number 1. Painting the wall already. Getting the angle there. Filling out that zone completely. Shooting down the track here. Shooting into that inner clip. A lot of aggressive style here from TOG. Looks like he is going to drop a tire there. Oh, almost making contact and straightening out. Screwing himself into outside zone number 2. But looks like it's going to pay off. What a fantastic first run there from that one guy. Holy cow. Talk about commitment. That dude was straight sending it. Bit of too much speed and momentum on that transition, coming to that inner zone, dropping a tire, send him up a little offline, off course I should say, entering into outside zone number 2. Luckily he checked up, realized his mistake, and his approach was a little too hot coming there into that wall. Definitely if he didn't pick up on that mistake, he definitely would have crashed and straightened out there, but he saved it, finished off this run. That tire drop is going to hurt him a little bit. Send it back down the grid for run number 2, TOG. Nice smooth initiation, running outside zone number 1. Painting that wall. Having troubles keeping the car in the drift, a little too close to the wall, checking off that inner clip. Not as deep as he was in his first run. Again, dropping a little bit of tire there in inner zone number 1, coming out to outside zone number 2, a little later than expected. Tapping the wall a little bit, keeping the car in drift, finishing off the run. Looking like he's just having some issues transitioning after that inner clip to hit off that inner zone before outside zone number 2. Did see it in the replay, did check up, utilizing that left foot brake work, trying to keep the car in good position there to enter into outside zone number 2. Did work out for him, but again, dropping that tire there down on that apex. Definitely going to have some docking of points for both of his runs. Wait the judges here to put in their scores. Shout out to another one of PSO's great sponsors over at Team Berserk. Fantastic team, put on great streams and good media content. Looks like that one guy is going to put himself in 7th position for qualifying, keeping that first run of 79.3. Not bad for TOG. Definitely can clean that second run up just a little bit. Looks like he's going to be doing good there for the event for tomorrow. Sending it back down the grid for KJ Drift's first run. Cone car sending him off. Contact there in the initiation zone, pushing him off a little bit in outside zone number 1. Trying to work his way back up into the wall and fill out the rest of that zone before he comes down the track, checking off that inner clip. transitioning himself here in the inner zone, pushing out into the wall here, getting there nice and early in outside zone number 2, playing it safe with that long rear end of that. Nice first run here from KJ Drift. In the initiation box, definitely hurt KJ up in the outside zone number 1 up on the bank. He did his best trying to push his car back up on the bank, getting closer to the wall, trying to fill out the rest of the zone there towards the end. Judges do want to see drivers filling out the entire zone, initiating in the right spot. Send it back down to grid. KJ Drifts run at number 2. See if this initiation does a little bit better, which it does. A little bit of a hesitant initiation, rolling to outside zone number 1 again, filling out the rest of that zone there towards the end, missing the first half of it, checking off that inner clip, transitioning, setting himself up here, pouring that angle, trying to get himself set up nice and early there for outside zone number 2, which he does, getting nice and close to the walls, keeping that consistent angle there towards the finish. Looks like the second half of his run is going to be the same as run number 1 for him. Again, having those issues in that initiation zone, just playing it a little bit too safe, and then working his way up there towards the middle of the zone, trying to fill out the rest of it. Off the run number 1, Haley representing Team Berserk, initiating, getting out and into outside zone number 1 nice and early, getting nice and close to the wall, shooting down off the track, checking off that inner clip, transitioning, setting herself up nice and pretty here for outside zone number 2. Get there nice and early, pushing that angle, getting nice and close to the wall, using that throttle control, staying nice and consistent there. Fantastic job. Textbook run here from Haley, checking off all the boxes, hitting all the zones, putting the car exactly where it needs to be. Fantastic lead. Definitely going to be a high score here for run number 1. Send it back down to grid. Run at number 2. Standing by for that cone car. 2 cone car, sending her off on her way. Nice flick initiation, rolling outside zone number 1, not staying up there nice and deep as she wanted to, getting there a little late, filling out the rest of that zone, checking off that inner clip, transitioning here into the inner zone, utilizing that left foot brake, keeping that car exactly where she wants it, getting there nice and early outside zone number 2, painting the wall here with the back bumper. Haley putting down a fantastic second half of run at number 2. Number 1 definitely was better than run number 2. Looks like she was just playing it safe, not doing anything she didn't need to, because she knew that first run was definitely a heater of a run. Run 1 definitely will score higher, I'm sure of it. Setting herself up nice in outside zone number 2 for both runs. Exactly what the judges want to see. Putting that car in the right position. Putting herself in first position with a 92 flat on her first run. Looks like I was correct. Haley putting down a fantastic first run there in her qualifying run. Wow. That was a textbook run there from Haley. Haley again showing out, putting her skills. What a fantastic group here in a Group D. We'll be right back here, going on a commercial break, and get the next group in for you guys.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's Titanic representing Team Berserk.
This is OG here, prospect over at Misfortune.
Hey guys, Shane from Team Berserk here, coming at you in the off-colored turboed LFA for the season of FDS.
What's up, guys? My name is Brandon, aka Misfit.
Hey guys, Zero Chill here, representing Team Misfortune.
What is drifting? It's a lot of us. Drifting is more than just a competition and being the best. For a lot of us, it's a lifestyle. See, this is what keeps us in sync, keeps us in harmony. As a community continues to grow, and it grows off of the skills of these drivers who continue to push the limits to become better. We are one. Drifting is getting doors, it's getting tandems, it's being with friends, and continuing to build these bonds with other drivers and other faces. For us, it's a common area for us to become one. We are drifting, and this is our community.
Got Mike in the house. What's up? And his tricked out whip. What does this do?
It sucks in air.
It's definitely sucking.
Yo, Mike, you want us to unpimp this thing? Let me hear you say what?
What?
We V-Dub holding it down on the engineering tip, y'all. Yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
V-Dub here in full effect with Trey and his ride.
It looks like it could fly.
What time is it?
I don't know.
Time to unpimp the auto. Oh, snap. German engineering in the house, yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
Listen up, V-Dub in the house. Jason, this is your 98, whatchamacallit.
You got an F.
You know what we're gonna do now?
No.
Unpimp your auto. V just dropped it like it's hot. V-Dub representing Deutschland.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
City in city. 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 Honda, 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 Honda. City. Honda, 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 Honda. It will catch your eye in the city.
シティはニュースにあふれてる。ホンダからシティ参上。
If I had a Nissan 240SX, it'd be a red coupe. Wait, a silver fastback. And I'd go for a spin up Route 7. The twisty part, just me and Astro. No, Amy. Heck, Christy Brinkley. Wow! Yeah, me and Christy in my silver, no, red 240SX. Driving into the sunset.
There's an old saying in racing. Start with the best street cars, and you end up with the best race cars. No wonder more people road race Mazdas than any other car. Mazda. Race-driven engineering the Zoom Zoom way.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. There you are, looking just the same as you did last time I touched you. Here I am, tangled up inside the thought of you. Do you love or will that love be strong? Start to stir. Looks like we made it. Loved each other all the way to another love.
Toyota is turning the truck world upside down. With a new generation Toyota 4x4. An all-new truck designed to give you more room and more comfort. Yet tough enough and rugged enough to take on anything it can put its four wheels on. The 1984 Toyota 4x4s. Now an even tougher act to follow.
What a feeling, Toyota.
Yo, what's up guys? It's Titanic representing Team Berserk.
This is OG here, prospect over at Misfortune.
Hey guys, Shane from Team Berserk here, coming at you in the off-colored turboed LFA for the season of FBS.
What's up, guys? My name's Brandon, aka Misfit.
Hey guys, Zero Chill here, representing Team Misfortune.
What is drifting? It's a lot of us. Drifting is more than just a competition and being the best. For a lot of us, it's a lifestyle. See, this is what keeps us in sync, keeps us in harmony. As a community continues to grow, and it grows off of the skills of these drivers who continue to push the limits to become better. We are one. Drifting is getting doors, it's getting tandems, it's being with friends, and continuing to build these bonds with other drivers and other faces. For us, it's a common area for us to become one. We are drifting, and this is our community.
Yo, P-Dub got Mike in the house. What's up? And his tricked out whip. What does this do?
It sucks in air.
It's definitely sucking.
Yo, Mike, you want us to unpimp this thing? Let me hear you say what?
What?
V-Dub holding it down on the engineering tip, y'all. Yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
V-Dub here in full effect with Trey and his ride.
It looks like it could fly.
What time is it?
I don't know.
Time to unpimp the auto. Oh, snap! German engineering in the house, yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
Listen up, V-Dub in the house. Jason, this is your 98, whatchamacallit.
You got an F.
You know what we're gonna do now?
No.
Unpimp your auto. We just dropped it like it's hot. V-Dub representing Deutschland.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
City in city. 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 Honda, 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 Honda. City. Honda, 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 Honda. It will catch your eye in the city.
シティはニュースにあふれてる。ホンダからシティ誕生。
If I had a Nissan 240SX, it'd be a red coupe. Wait, a silver fastback. And I'd go for a spin up Route 7. The twisty part, just me and Astro. No, Amy. Heck, Christy Brinkley. Wow! Yeah, me and Christy in my silver, no, red 240SX. Driving into the sunset.
Back here to PSO's Drift Series final group here. First driver of the final group. Looks like we got Ka here powering that BMW. Getting nice and close up into the wall and outside zone number 1. Setting his car in down off the bank. Checking off that inner clip. Transitioning here. Let's see how he does here. Checking off that inner zone. Setting his car up and nice and smooth in the right trajectory here into outer 2. Not as deep as he wanted to. Trying to get as deep as he can there towards the end. Finish off the run nice and strong. Let's see if run number 2 can be a little bit more consistent there for him. Setting his car up exactly where it needs to be. Out to great run at number 2 here. See if he can do a little bit better. Setting himself up in the second half of the run. A nice initiation, getting nice close to the wall here in outside zone number 1. Dropping off the wall a little bit, playing it safe. Pushing that angle, pushing himself down off the bank. Checking off that inner clip, transitioning here. A little shallow there on that inner zone. Pushing back out here in outside zone number 2. Working his way closer to the wall, getting deeper as he goes along. Nice finish, nice run there for him for run at number 2. Nice and consistent, playing it safe. Not doing anything extra, but a little bit of wild factor definitely could have helped him in the end there in the judges' perspective. We'll see what they think here with the points that they have for his 2 runs. Both sounds so cute. Hey, stop, bro. You're making me blush. Smooth run number 2 and outside zone number 1. Working his way down to the inner clip. Getting to that inner zone just a little late. Setting himself up in outside zone number 2 perfectly. Pulling that angle. Getting nice and close to the wall. On number 2. Definitely going to be the money maker for him. Putting him hopefully in a good position here for the event tomorrow. A little bit of wavering there at run number 2. Looks like the first run is going to put him in 15th position with the 70.7. Sending it down to grid. Looks like we got IMP Damien Bro in another wagon. Standing by for that cone car. Sending him on his way for run at number 1. around the chicane car. Nice initiation, already scraping the bumper there in outside zone number 1, filling out that zone, completely shooting his way down here, checking off this inner clip, keeping that trajectory nice and consistent as he works his way into that inner zone, pushing out to outside zone number 2, getting there nice and early, scraping the wall, putting the car right up on the wall there, filling out that zone. IMP Damien putting down a fantastic first run here. Second half of the run, it definitely was what the judges want to see. Could do a little bit better. Hopefully he shapens up his initiation into outside zone number 1 there up on the bank. Let's see what happens here while we wait the judges reviewing the replay. Old Doobie sounded cute. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. You guys are making me ink. Wait, pause. Blush, not ink. You made me ink. Nemo. I know y'all seen Nemo. Y'all haven't seen Nemo, you live under a rock, okay? Dark bait. Ooh, ha, ha. Heck yeah. Down on the grid. Track is clear. Beautiful weather we're having here in the West Coast Arena. Great track conditions here for the drivers. Sending him off for a run at number 2. See what Damien Bro can do in this initiation. Same initiation as run number 1. Tapping the wall there, getting the car set up and the bank. Not as deep as he was in run at number 1. Coming down the bank here, checking off that inner clip, transitioning. See how he sets his car off, checking off that inner zone. Coming out of the wall here to outside zone number 2. Tapping the wall, no, straightening out. Damien Bro getting too close to the wall. That is not what he wanted to do. He should have just played it safe and stayed off the wall, finished his run, because run at number 1 definitely was a heater. Definitely not going to take any points for run number 2. Yep, run number 1 going to come with an 86.7, putting him into 4th position. Unfortunately, DQing there, straightening out, tapping the wall in outside zone number 2. Not giving him a score. Definitely not what Damien Bro wanted, but overall putting him in the top 4 in that 4th position. Sending it down the grid for AJ's first run. Standing by for that call car. Chicane car sending him off. AJ's on his way here down the straightaway. Nice smooth initiation. Running outside zone number 1. Getting there nice and early. Dropping off a little bit. Not as deep as he wanted to. Playing it safe here. Checking off that inner clip. Transitioning across the track here. In that inner zone number 1. Set this car up beautifully here in outside zone number 2. Getting all the angle there, unfortunately pushing the car off just a little bit there towards the middle, getting back up on the wall there towards the end. Let's see what run number 2 can do for AJ. Excuse me. Hopefully a little bit more consistent. Hold his car up there a little bit longer there in outside zone number 1 and 2. It was looking good there in the initiation. If he definitely would have just kept his car up there in outside zone number 1 up on the wall, that definitely would have been a good first zone for him. But unfortunately, just pulling off of the wall a little bit, shallowing up there, coming down off the bank, then pushing back up. Let's see what he can do here. Run number 2, sending it back down to grid for run number 2. Standing by for that chicane car. On his way here for run number 2. Let's see how AJ does. Nice initiation, staying up there in outside zone number 1. Having some desync issues there. Coming down to that inner clip. Going to that inner zone. Pushing out here to outside zone number 2. Get there nice and early. Stay in decently deep there in the end of outside zone number 2, excuse me. Nice second run there. Having some desync issues there in the first half of his second run. Chihuahua bark. Not a D-bark, Chihuahua bark. putting himself in 13th position with that second run score of 76.3. Not bad there from AJ, keeping it nice and consistent. Definitely could have been a little bit more aggressive and deeper in the zones, but not bad overall. Send it back down to grid for Freak's first run. Sending them off here. Looks like the BMW cars are definitely having a lot of luck here on this line. A lot of consistent drivers here in the BMWs. Freaks having some issues there in outside zone number 1, tapping the wall, a little bit of wavering, checking off that inner clip. Coming here in that inner zone, checking that off, setting his car up here, getting nice and early in outside zone number 2, getting nice and close to the wall as he pushes air toward the finish, pushing away from the wall there towards the end. Not a bad run there from Freak. Having some issues there up in the bank of outside zone number 1. Second half of the run here is looking fantastic as he checks off that inner zone, pushing himself out in outside zone number 2, filling out that zone all the way through, staying nice and close to the wall. Let's see what run at number 2 does for him. That little bit of contact there in the back bumper. Chicane car sending him off here for run at number 2. Nice smooth transition here up in the bank of outside zone number 1, staying nice and close to the wall, pouring that angle down, setting himself up into that inner clip, checking that off, transitioning here, checking off that inner zone, getting there nice and early, setting himself up into that outside zone number 2, getting there, putting his car up there on the wall, filling out that zone all the way through. What a great second run here from Freak, figuring out his mistakes there in the first run. Exactly what the judges want to see. Getting there to that outside zone number 2, staying out there on the wall, staying committed, putting the car where it needs to be. It definitely is going to be his second best, or excuse me, definitely run number 2 is going to be the best run for him with a lot of points. We'll see what happens and see what the judges think. Perfectly setting the car into that inside zone after that inner clip, transitioning out and outside zone number 2, staying out there all the way through. That was a flawless transition through that second half of the track. Beautifully done there. In third place, that second run's going to give him an 87.7. Not bad there from Freak. Putting down that fantastic second run, which I did assume he was going to have a lot of good points there. on that second run. Setting himself up good for the tomorrow's event. Send it back down to grid for whose first run. We're sending him off here. Powering down the straightaway. Nice smooth initiation, getting up into the wall to the bank and outside zone number 1, pouring that angle as he shoots down the track here. Let's see how he does in this inner clip. Checking off that inner clip. Could be a little bit deeper there. Transitioning there, getting really close to that apex there in that inner zone. Setting himself up a little bit late into outside zone number 2 as he pours the angle there, getting nice and close to the wall there towards the finish. Not a bad run there from Hu. I'm sure he can clean it up there. They're in the second half of the course. He's just leaving the end of outside zone number 1 just a little early. Really deep into that inner zone, pushing out to outside zone number 2. Sure, he can clean it up just a little bit, hit his marks, put down a fantastic run. May just take the number 1 spot. We'll see. Are sending him off. Who's run at number 2? Powering his way down the straightaway. See what happens. Smooth initiation, running up in that outside zone number 1. Not as deep as he was in the first run. Completing that outer zone there towards the finish. Checking off that inner clip. Again, could be a little deeper in that section. Checking off that inner zone. Getting nice and early to outside zone number 2. Painting the wall there. Pushing himself off the zone a little bit. Again, tapping the wall again, pushing him away from the wall. Looks like the first run is going to be his moneymaker. Contacting that wall, it definitely will hurt you, and the judges will dock you for those points, not staying up there on that wall. Run there. If he would have completed the outside zone number 2 and not tapping the wall, causing him to do a little bit of wavering and corrections there, just right there in the middle of that zone. That is going to put him in 17th position with that first run on a 71.7. Not bad there from Hu. Putting him in that top 32 bracket for tomorrow's event, sending it down to grid for Angel Photography with Blackout Esports, run at number 1. Standing by for that chicane car. Are sending him on his way here. Doing that high approach there for that initiation. Hit that initiation box. Getting nice and deep in to outside zone number 1. Filling out that zone there towards the middle and the end. Coming down the track here. Checking off that inner clip. Getting nice and deep in there. Nice smooth transition here as he hits that inner zone. Coming really deep in outside zone number 2. Painting the wall. Putting the bumper there right towards the beginning. Pushing off a little bit. Shallowing up there towards the end, unfortunately, from Angel. If he would have just stuck the car there up in the wall, that would have been a fantastic first run. Outside zone number 2, then starts cutting in through the middle, pushing his way back in, not staying deep up into that zone. Not a bad first run there from Angel. I'm sure he can clean that up in that second half. Let's see what he can do in outside zone number 2 this run. Sending it down to grid for run number 2. Standing by for that chicane car. Angel is on his way for run number 2. Nice smooth initiation, getting up into outside zone number 1. Nice and early, painting that wall, staying nice and deep, shooting his way down the track here off the bank, checking off that inner clip, staying nice and deep in here. Again, not as deep as here in inner first run. Painting that wall in outside zone number 2. Look at the scrapage off of the back bumper there in outside zone number 2. Angel finally figuring it out in outside zone number 2. What a great second run there. Better in that second half there from Angel. Keeping his car up nice and deep and close into that wall. Definitely what the judges want to see. Second run will hopefully give him the best points and give him that good score to put him in that top 32 bracket for tomorrow's event. Second run of 83 flat, putting him in 8th position for the top 10 for tomorrow's event. Not bad there for Angel. What a great 2 runs from him for the qualifying runs. Setting it down to 2 grid for Driftworks Trevi. First run of his qualifying runs here. Standing by for that chicane car. Car sending Trevi on his way, powering that S15. Nice initiation, running it in outer 1. A little bit of contact there with the wall, pushing him away as he deepens himself into that zone, pulling all the angle. A little too deep there in that inner clip. Checking off that inner zone as he makes his way out into outside zone number 2. Utilizing that throttle control, keeping the car exactly where it needs to be, deep into that zone. Not bad first run there from Driftworks Trevi. Driftworks Trevi, debut here at PSO's Drift Series. Won the last competition, came out and shocked everybody. Let's see how he can do in run number 2. Fantastic job in outside zone number 2, keeping the car glued to the wall, not moving, not wavering. He found that sweet spot, exact angle he needed, exiting inner 1. That's exactly what the judges want to see. Getting there nice and early, keeping the car out there all the way in the green zone there, up towards the wall to the finish. Fantastic first run there from Trevi. I'm sure run number 2 is going to be even better. Chicane car sending him on his way here. Nice initiation, running outside zone number 1. Getting there a little late as he deepens himself into outside zone number 1. Coming down off the bank. Checking off that inner clip. Could it be a little bit deeper in there? As he comes into that inner zone at number 1, going in outside zone number 2 again, maxing the angle out, getting there nice and early, keeping the car exactly where it needs to be in that zone. Trevi putting down a fantastic second run here, nice and consistent. Looks like he definitely has the second half of this track down pat. Take the car back to the garage, receive the data that he needs for tomorrow's event. Hopefully clean up that initiation. I'm sure he can paint his car up on that wall entirely. It safe there in outer 1. Could be a little deeper there in that inner clip, checking off that inner zone perfectly, setting himself up in an outside zone number 2. Practically scraping the bumper there on the wall, keeping that car nice and solid and tight in that zone. Again, that's exactly what the judges want to see, having that commitment, keeping the car where it needs to be. Tomorrow, drivers will have someone chasing in close proximity, putting him in 3rd place with an 87.7 on that second run. Not bad from Trevi. Let's see what he can do for tomorrow's top 32 battle. Ghost, first driver of the last group tonight, qualifying for PSO's Drift Series. Nice flick initiations, a lot of speed and momentum here in out zone number. Staying nice and deep into the wall, pouring that angle, coming down here off the bank, checking off that inner clip as he transitions here into inner zone number 1, putting the car exactly where it needs to be, getting nice and early into outside zone number 2. Nice and deep there, kind of coming off the wall there towards the middle, pushing the car back up there towards the finish. What a great run there from Ghost. Looks like Ghost is going to put down a heater of a first run, putting out a statement saying he wants to knock Haley out of that first position here in qualifying. Ghost sending it back down to grid for run number 2. Waiting that chicane car and officials green light. Power not using that speed, initiating right on the wall, painting the wall already in outside zone number 1, maxing that angle, coming here down off of the bank here, hitting that inner clip, transitioning here. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghost is putting down a fantastic run, hitting that inner zone. Holy cow, getting it outside zone number 2, painting the wall. Are you joking? Ghost putting down a fantastic second run. Oh my God. By far the best run of the night. Ghost putting out. Holy cow. Nate. Ghost is showing out. Definitely gonna be close to it. Has to be a high 90s, if not close to 100. That was fantastic. Ghost doing so well, putting the car exactly where it needs to be around the track, keeping speed, keeping momentum, just bullying this track, taking over. That outside zone number 2 and 1 was absolutely insane. Putting him in first position, knocking Haley out with a 97 flat in his second run. Wow. Ghost putting on a heater of runs there for his qualifying spot there in the top 32 bracket. Wow, that was amazing. Let's get a W in the chat for Ghost. Down the grid for FTB Media, representing Driftworks, standing by for that chicane car for run number 1. Taking that number 1 spot, that is definitely going to be a hard qualifying run to beat, setting the bars high. And then she in the outside zone number 1, nice and early, filling out that zone, playing it safe, not getting too close to the wall, pouring that angle as he shoots his way down off the track here, checking off that inner clip, utilizing that left foot brake to keep his car exactly where he wants it, checking off that inner zone, coming here on the outside zone number 2, getting there nice and early, keeping the car up close to the wall, pouring more angle, getting closer and closer to the wall there towards the finish. Nice consistent run there from Media. Fantastic job in outside zone number 1 and 2 and the middle section of the track, being nice and smooth and methodical with his movements of the car. Let's see if he can turn up the notch a little bit, show a little bit of aggression, getting those flick initiations and transitions here on the second run. Definitely give some wow factor to the judges, give him a higher score. Created run number 2 for Media. Chicane car sending him off on his way. Nice smooth transition here as he rolls up an outside zone number 1, getting a lot deeper there than he did in his first run. Pouring that angle as he shoots down the track here off the bank into that inner clip. Again, utilizing that left foot brake, making sure he doesn't go too deep there in that inner clip, checking off that that inner zone, excuse me. Getting a little bit later there in outside zone number 2, not as close to the wall as he wants to, but he fills that zone out completely. Not bad from Media. Nice, consistent, smooth runs there from him. putting himself in the top 10 with that first run of 84 points. Not bad from Media. Definitely could have turned up the aggressiveness there and style, but overall putting himself again in that top 10. Not bad for Media with Driftworks. Sending it back down to grid for Gray. Run number 1. Standing by for that Chacon car. On his way, run number 1. Nice initiation, getting there nice and early and outside zone number 1. Painting that wall, keeping the car nice and high up there on the bank as he shoots down here into that first inner clip. Transitioning nice and smooth here in the inner zone number 1. Keeping that angle up, getting out nice and early in the outside zone number 2. Keeping the car nice and deep into that zone. Painting that wall, finishing nice and strong. Looks like Gray was able to keep his battery charged and his controller for this run. Up here in the second half of the track, coming to that inside zone, pushing out to outer zone number 2, staying all the way nice and high up on the wall, and in outside zone number 1, completing that flawlessly. Setting on his way for run at number 2. Last group of the evening, definitely has all the heavy. Nice initiation, getting nice and early in the outside zone number, keeping the car high up on the bank. Little tap, doesn't affect him much. No wavering, keeps the car in a drift, shoots down, hits that inner clip, transitions here into inner zone at number 1. Painting that white line with the front left tire. Getting out to outside zone number 2, nice and early, keeping the car up on the wall. What a fantastic 2 runs there from Gray. Very consistent runs, nice and smooth. It's got that BMW dialed in. himself in 7th position, top 10 of qualifying. That second run of 86.7. Not bad for Gray. Setting himself up nice in that bad top 32 bracket for tomorrow's event. See how he does tomorrow evening. Send it back down to grid for Garcia for his run number 1 of qualifying. Powering that S15, standing by for that chicane car. Chicane car, Sonny Garcia on his way, powering out of here, down the straightaway. Nice flick initiation, rolling in outside zone number 1, getting there nice and early, keeping the car up on the bank, tapping the wall, coming down here off the bank, shooting into that inner clip, putting the car exactly where it needs to be, pouring that angle as he hits that inner zone, pushing out here into outside zone number 2, getting there nice and early, keeping the car painted up on the wall. Garcia putting down a fantastic first run here in qualifying. Wow, this group is coming with the heaters. They are battling for that number 1 qualifying position. They know it's the last event of the season tomorrow. They're all fighting that number 1 position to even make it top 4, top 3, top 2, or maybe even that number 1 position in the standings for the season of this year. Exiting out of zone number 1, leaving it nice and late, putting himself in that good position for inner clip number 1 and inner zone number 1. Then just flawlessly pushes himself out in outside zone number 2, keeping the car up on the wall, not wavering. Solid run there from Garcia. For Garcia's second run, chicane car setting him off on his way. Nice flick initiation, getting out of inner zone, or excuse me, outer zone number 1. Nice and tap with the wall a little bit there, keeping the car in drift. A little bit of wavering there, checking off that inner clip, transitioning here in that inner zone. Coming out of here, getting nice and close to the wall, nice and early to outside 2. Garcia again putting down a fantastic run here. Run number 2 looking good for him. Both runs pretty similar. Definitely gonna see what happens, what the judges think here with their votes. See where that puts him here in the standings for qualifying tonight. Fourth position with that first run of 88 flat. Not bad there from Johan Garcia. Back down to grid. LDC Coin is up to do his first run. The #1 spot contender here in PSO's Drift Series standings. Let's see how he does here in qualifying. Nice smooth initiation, getting it outside zone #1, nice and early, keeping the car up on the wall. Keeping a consistent angle, shooting down here off the bank, checking off that inner clip. Getting here into inner zone #1, utilizing the brake, trying to keep his car in drift, which he does do so. Getting out to outer zone #2, nice and early. Nice smooth run there from Coin. A lot of BMWs and S15s on the track tonight. Definitely the best chassis and car to use for this line, is from what it seems. Down at the grid, Coin for his second run qualifying. Chicane car sending him off on his way. First run was pretty smooth. Let's see what he can do in run #2. Turn up the notch a little bit. Nice smooth initiation, getting there nice and early in outside zone #1, painting the wall with the back bumper. Coming down here off the bank here in the inner clip, keeping that consistent drift. Nice flick transition there in the inner zone. Coming out here in the outside zone #2, painting the wall with the back bumper, staying nice and deep in outside zone #2. Coin finishing it off strong for run #2. That was a hell of a run. Second run with the 91 flat, putting him in third position. Not bad for LDC Coin. Nice 2 qualifying runs from him. Very consistent, nice and smooth. Turning up the notch there in the second run. It did seem to pay off for him. Back down to grid for RYL's Royals. First run. Say, hey, Dad. Yep, that's his name. Some of y'all got some interesting names, okay? I do my best up here. Number 1 for K-Bad. Nice smooth initiation, running it outside zone number 1. Tapping the wall a little bit, staying really deep there in outside zone number 1. Shooting down the track off the bank, checking off that inner clip. Transitioning here, a little bit of a shallow approach there in inner zone number 1. Send him up a little weird there, entering outside zone number 2. Definitely not the second half that he wanted for his first qualifying run. Let's see if he can clean that up. Approach definitely into that inner zone number 1, set him up awkwardly into outside zone number 2. He wasn't able to get there as early as he wanted to, but he did play it safe, making sure he didn't make contact with the wall, having to shut the car down and taking that DQ. Everyone for tuning in to PSO's Drift Series stream tonight. Thanks for sticking us out here in this long stream, getting all these drivers through, filling up that top 32 bracket for tomorrow's event. My best up here to keep it interesting, keep it fun, keep it less boring. Grid for K-Bad's running. Number 2, chicane car, sending him on his way. Down the straightaway in that Z. Nice flick initiation, running it outside zone number 1. Getting there nice and early, keeping the car up on the bank. Pouring that angle as he pushes down here. Even outside zone number 1, coming down to the track, hitting that inner clip. Transitioning here, a lot better approach here in that inner zone. Setting himself up a lot better to get out into outside zone number 2. Nice and early. Trying to get his car up there close to the wall, get a lot deeper. Excuse me. Not bad there from K-Bad. Definitely got to shaping some stuff up for tomorrow. Sure, he can clean that approach up into outside zone number 2. Paint that wall. Run here from K-Bad. Better approach there in outside zone number 2. Not as deep as he wanted to. Could have filled that zone out a little bit better there in the start. Held a consistent angle all the way through. Yeah, look at the back window on this car. At 85.7 for his second run, putting himself in 12th position for the top 32 bracket. Not a bad 2 runs there from K-Bad. Last driver of the last group. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in to tonight's stream. Catch you guys all tomorrow evening. You may see me in the booth, you may not. We shall see. Aren't done yet. Last chance qualifying. My apologies.
Duracell batteries can keep all the toys and electronic games in your home running a lot longer. In fact, tests prove that after just a few hours of continuous use, regular carbon batteries wear out. But depending on the toy, Duracell batteries can last up to 6 times longer. So keep your toys and electronic games running longer with Duracell. The copper top battery. No regular battery looks like it or lasts like it.
You were just watching him, and I was drifting with him the entire time. I was tanning him. You can't see me for some reason. Yeah.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's Titanic representing Team Berserk.
This is OG here, prospect over at Misfortune.
Hey guys, Shane from Team Berserk here, coming at you in the off-colored turboed LFA for the season of FDS.
What's up, guys? My name's Brandon, aka Misfit.
Hey guys, Zero Chill here, representing Team Misfortune.
What is drifting? It's a lot of us. Drifting is more than just a competition and being the best. For a lot of us, it's a lifestyle. See, this is what keeps us in sync, keeps us in harmony. As a community continues to grow, and it grows off of the skills of these drivers who continue to push the limits to become better. We are one. Drifting is getting doors, it's getting tandems, it's being with friends, and continuing to build these bonds with other drivers and other faces. For us, it's a common area for us to become one. We are drifting, and this is our community.
got Mike in the house.
What's up?
And his tricked out whip. What does this do?
It sucks in air.
It's definitely sucking.
Yo, Mike, you want us to unpimp this thing? Let me hear you say, what?
What?
V-Dub, holding it down on the engineering tip, y'all. Yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
V-Dub here in full effect with Trey and his ride.
It looks like it could fly.
What time is it?
I don't know.
Time to unpimp the auto. Oh, snap. German engineering in the house, yeah.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
Listen up, V-Dub in the house. Jason, this is your 98, whatchamacallit.
You got an F.
You know what we're gonna do now?
No.
Unpimp your auto. V just dropped it like it's hot. V-Dub representing Deutschland.
The GTI Mark V, pre-tuned by German engineers.
City in city. 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 Honda, 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 Honda. City. Honda, 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 Honda. It will catch your eye in the city.
シティはニュースにあふれてる。ホンダからシティ誕生。
If I had a Nissan 240SX, it'd be a red coupe. Wait, a silver fastback. And I'd go for a spin up Route 7. The twisty part, just me and Astro. No, Amy. Heck, Christy Brinkley. Wow! Yeah, me and Christy in my silver, no, red 240SX. Driving into the sunset.
Duracell batteries.
We are back. Got RC Wolf here. RSC, excuse me, Wolf to the line for his qualifying run. There's some last second drivers here popping in. Smooth initiation. We're on an outside zone number 1. Wolf putting the car up there, maxing out that angle here as he comes down off the bank, checking off that inner clip, setting himself up here in that inside zone, getting all the angle here, rolling outside zone number 2, painting that wall with the back bumper. What a nice run there from Wolf. Run number 2. Wolf on his way. Nice smooth initiation. Coming up to bank in outside zone number 1. Keeping the car nice and high. Filling out that zone. Maxing out the angle again there. Exiting outside zone number 1. Pushing down the track. Checking off that inner clip. Transitioning here into inner zone number 1. Getting all the angle as he enters outside zone number 2. Getting nice and close to the wall. Finishing off. Oh no! Making contact with the wall there at the end. That is unfortunate there for RSC Wolf. Put him in 21st position with the 76.7 for his first run. Unfortunately, DQing at the end of outside zone number 2. Definitely not the run Wolf wanted here for his qualifying runs. On the grid, looks like we got TTV agreed here, and that S15 V8 powered up on the line. Waiting for that chicane car. Send him on his way. Smooth initiation coming in outside zone number 1. Trying to push the car up closer and deeper into that zone there up on the wall as he shoots down here. Checking off that inner clip. Transitioning. See how he sets himself up here. Checking off that inner zone. Coming out here nice and early in outside zone number 2. Putting the car exactly where it needs to be. Painting that wall. Tapping the wall a little bit. Utilizing that left front brake, to keep the car in position to stay on that wall. Fill out that zone all the way through. Great work there from McCreed on run number 1. On the grid, chicane car sending agreed on his way for run number 2. Nice initiation coming up the bank in outside zone number 1. Keeping the car there, a little bit of wavering there. Trying to find that right angle to keep the car up on the wall. Shooting down off the bank here into inner clip number 1. Transitioning, checking off inner zone number 1 as he pushes out here to outside zone number 2. Getting there nice and early, painting the wall with the back bumper. Rolling all the way through. Nice 2 runs there from Agreed. 21st position. That second run's going to finish him off with a 77.7. Not bad there for Greed there in the qualifying spot. Putting him in that top 32 bracket for tomorrow's event. Setting it back down to grid. Looks like we got Yokai Royal representing Team Yokai up on the grid. Powering that S15 V8 powered. Car sending Yokai Royal on his way here. Nice smooth initiation, getting out of outside zone number 1 nice and early, keeping the car up there on the bank, shooting his way down here, checking off this inner clip. Good run so far as he checks off this inner zone, putting his car in good position here to get to outside zone number 2 nice and early, which he does, painting that wall all the way through. Filling out that zone nicely. What a great run there from Yokai Royal. Fantastic job here in the second half of the course, pushing his car exactly where it needed to be to get nice and early in outside zone number 2, which he does, filling out that zone all the way through, no wavering, keeping the car right on the wall, exactly what the judges wanted to see. It's definitely going to put up a good score here for run number 1 for Yokai Royal. Also does a fantastic job in outer zone number 1. See what run number 2 has in store for him. Send it back down to grid. Standing by for that chicane car to send Royal along on his way for run number 2. And Yokai Royal on his way. Powering down that straightaway, getting there nice and early in outside zone 1, initiating right in. Keeping the car there up on the bank, not as high as he was in the first run. Shooting down here, checking off that inner clip. Transitioning nice and smoothly here, checking off that inner zone. Pushing the car out, setting himself up to get to outside zone number 2 nice and early, tapping the wall a little bit, pushing him off the zone a little bit. He's going to throttle up and try to push the car back up there. Almost. Oh, that was a close one. We'll definitely have to go back in that replay and see what happened. Looks like he did make it through to the finish line before he over-rotated the car. Looks like he was already over-rotated before he crossed the line. Definitely was not what he wanted in run number 2. Putting him in its 22nd position, keeping that first run of 77.7. Looks like he will be in the top 32 bracket of tomorrow's battle. Good job on Yokai Royal. Unfortunately, over-rotating there at the end of outside zone number 2. Set it down to grid for Yokai Blazer. Representing again, Team Yokai. The Yokai boys are coming out to show out. Unfortunately, having to show up a little late. Chicane car sending him on his way here. Run number 1. Nice flick initiation. Getting out to outside zone number 1. Nice and early. Keeping the bumper there up on the wall. Leaving that zone nice and late. Pushing the car back down to that inner clip. Keeping that car in drift. Here checking off that inner zone. Coming out to outside zone number 2. Again, setting up that car perfectly to fill out that zone all the way through. Utilizing that throttle control. Keeping that car exactly where he wants it. Fantastic first run from there from Yokai Blaze It. Dock him a little bit there for that angle change. Looks like he had a set angle and then he changed angle again, exiting inner zone number 1 before he pushed out to outer zone number 2. Not sure what they're going to do about that. Judges definitely want to see and hold a consistent angle while you're entering outside zone number 2. Other than that, fantastic run there from Yokai Blaze It. Slight angle change was just him utilizing that left foot brake to keep him in line to go out into outside zone number 2. So I don't think that'll hurt him too bad. Utilizing the tools that are given to him in his car, keeping him on line. Perfect outside zone number 2, painting that wall. Great job. Send it back down the grid. Yokai Blaze It's number 2 run. See how he does for his qualifying run here. Standing by for that chicane car. Send him on his way. Last driver of the night. Getting there nice and early outside zone number 1. Looks like that little tap pushed him off the wall a little bit. Trying to push the car back up into the zone. Fill it out. Pushing down off of the track. Down off the bank. Checking off that inner clip. Transitioning here. Coming into that inner zone. Oh, making contact with the wall. Almost straightening out. Keeps the car in drift. Definitely having troubles there on the transition. Getting there. Making contact with the wall again towards the end. Yokai Blaze It definitely is having some troubles there in the middle section of the track on that transition after the inside clip to the inner zone to enter into outside zone number 2. Hopefully he can clean that up if he does make it here in the top 32 bracket for tomorrow's battle, which I'm sure he will. position with that first run of 78.3, and unfortunately DQing there on a second run, straightening out after making contact with the wall after that inner zone number 1, pushing out to outside zone number 2. But he is settled in there for the top 32 battle. Let's see how the Yokai boys can manage. Yokai Blaze it, last driver of the night. Again, everybody, thank you for coming out to PSO stream. We'll see you guys all tomorrow evening on a Saturday for the last event of the season. I'm DTI Bull. Thanks for having me. Peace.